Okay, give me just a sec and we'll get started. Okay. Hi, and welcome to more Ace Attorney. My setup might need to be shifted around a little bit, so apologies for weird mic quality if that happens. Thank you for the hydrate, Nautilus. How are you doing? So yeah, we're getting into the investigation segment in Rise from the Ashes today. Or, not investigation, the first trial segment. Running Kuva and Warframe. I've never played Warframe. When you tapped out, I was live. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there are still a lot of gray areas.
Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me. No matter what the outcome, I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice.
Yes?
A defense attorney should never believe their client. The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that.
Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there's one decisive difference between you and her.
And that is?
You're not a defense attorney.
I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright.
Sorry, I'm probably also going to be clearing my throat a lot. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's going to bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself.
Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since his trial.
I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright.
Hey Stein, how are you doing? I always Is that how you pronounce your username? Is it pronounced Stein?
I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment is to be made here the judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else.
Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. You will begin with your opening statement, please. Wow, I added a lot of words to that.
Chief Prosecutor, Lana Sky has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime. A professional witness.
Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Star, to the stand.
The cough-up queen. Haven't I seen you somewhere?
You ordered the caviar lunch, right?
Oh, caviar. I've never eaten caviar before. You're just really wolfing it down.
And for you, I have a Fiesta bowl.
Thanks.
Will the witness state her name and profession?
And you, sir? Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox?
It's too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please.
Well, Your Honor, how does it taste?
This is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. Is this the witch trials? Yeah, something like that. Hey Silver, how are you doing? What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like?
Name, profession, now.
Me. The name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth?
Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us.
Been busy this month? Prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call the police to provide a description of the crime. Getting near the end of your master's? That's awesome. Congrats on that.
Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional.
What exactly does that mean?
Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Star was a special investigator with the police. She was the first Wright homicide detective.
What? Miss Star was a detective?
Aha! I know who you are. Cough up.
Cough up Queen Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see.
Yeah, but you're stressed. I can imagine, like, I've never been to college, but like hell, high school finals stressed the hell out of me. Like finals of any kind are stressful, but I can't imagine how stressful college finals are. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Star. Just who is this lady?
If I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is for the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks.
I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up the prosecutor's parking, yes?
The crime took place by a car in the back of A block, in the car's trunk.
Wait, I just realized I just completely slipped out of Angel's voice without even realizing. That is a... wow. I don't know how I managed that, but okay.
The killer stabbed the victim with this knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest was made on the spot.
And who is this valiant witness?
Why, it was me, Your Honor.
Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime?
Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor.
Seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright? I can't agree on principle, Your Honor.
Seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining?
If you can. Then give them your worst, Miss Star. Sorry, give me a sec. Sorry about that. Wait, are they talking about me? The judge should know better than to think that he can crush my spirit.
Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand, and she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest.
Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend. How touching.
As you can see, there's no room for doubt.
Key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife with which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman.
So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed?
Still thinking about that.
It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright.
Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness.
Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come.
How did you know?
I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime. Yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy.
Wow. How in the world did I get that voice for Edgeworth?
The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted.
Given that they're used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. Killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I'd found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one.
Laid off? She was fired?
To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I'm a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless.
Very well, you may continue, Miss Starr.
I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend.
His boyfriend. He's the detective?
Not that boyfriend, the security guard.
That a boyfriend? You have several?
Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Care to join? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants.
I'll stick with the lunches, thanks.
Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. The security guard room is in the lot, in A block. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there.
Okay, weird thing. Like, when I played this the first time, I was like, what the hell are they talking about? Like, are they talking about, like, behind the door? No, they're talking about this up here. It's a clear cube up on top of the little awning there. Like, it confused me for the longest time.
That would be the room with the security sign.
It doesn't help that the entire, like, the security sign is out of frame for the most part. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car?
Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So, she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective intuition at work.
You sensed something? So you're saying you had a premonition of the murder?
It felt like... how would you say? Oh, yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds.
I have no idea what that means.
Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim Mr. Bruce Goodman also a detective?
Yes, well, he was like a young cheese.
A young cheese?
A pale white cheese, not yet tangy with experience on the streets. A greenhorn.
And it must be hard yellowed and sharp as a tack.
Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. In any case, there, in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car.
A garish car, you mean?
Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes.
Mr. Edgeworth's?
Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's. Wasn't it?
Indeed it was.
What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, are you sure it was the defendant?
I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her.
She's telling the truth. We're doomed.
Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick.
Witness, in your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness.
You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie.
Huh? Rookie?
Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter. Crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside.
That was inspiring.
I believe I heard that tagline elsewhere. Could you cry plagiarism? I may be relegated to the lowest post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed.
Photograph? Took this?
The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over, and snap, I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera.
Suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now?
You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs.
Well, this is most certainly the defendant.
Uh-oh, that's unmistakably Lana Skye. So, what was the defendant doing at the time?
The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand.
Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying.
Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife, after all.
Yes, that's about right.
Prosecutors are, by nature, very well versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set.
You can't testify as to her inability to kill an egg. I mean, a person.
Huh. Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor.
So, the defendant was holding a knife. What then?
Then,
Yeah. Wow. I even took an extra second to, like, prepare myself for the delivery on that.
Then, she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest.
Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no?
The defense has a point.
Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late.
Too late.
Yes. The next moment, the chief prosecutor brought down the murder weapon.
I see.
It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it.
You said that before. Anything else?
Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless.
That's pretty fatal to me.
But what do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty?
Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calmer.
Don't smile like that.
Sorry. Give me a sec. Sorry, I don't know what's up with my throat tonight. Holding a knife in her right hand. Oh, I guess we should check the knife.
This must be the victim's blood, right?
Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple.
What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? Hey, maybe he spends,
No, it's what's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway?
Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild.
Edgeworth? In the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely.
Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman.
Now there's a scary thought. Gosh, okay, so I've been playing a little bit of Tears of the Kingdom off stream earlier, and I wish that I had this free degree of rotation in that game. The rotation with some of the stuff is a bit funky. Gosh, it's been so long since I've done this case that I legitimately don't remember how this case, like, how the trials in this case play out, so it's probably gonna take me a bit. Always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. Wait, you can slide this? Sense something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Chest wound. Wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. A single stab wound was found. I swear it's gonna be something stupid like semantics on like what constitutes a pointy knife tip.
Sense something. Gosh. Was my finely honed detective intuition at work? Nope. She saw her through the fence. Holding a knife in her right hand. Gosh. This is where my knowledge of Phoenix Wright 1 very much is, like, near non-existent. I know how this case plays out, I just don't remember the exact specifics of it. Making a safety save. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. No, nothing of time. February 12th, 4 p.m. and 5:30. Cause of death, loss of blood from a chest wound. Oh, wait. Would she have been able to see the actual event of the stabbing from B block? It would have been relatively difficult if Lana was standing behind the car. Nope. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. It does? I don't see anything contradictory. Huh? Really? Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr. Wright. Whoops, that didn't go so well. I feel like this piece of evidence feels like it has to be important. Okay. And you witnessed this. You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with the knife.
As I've already said, yes. I swear it on my finest salmon swirl lunch.
I'm sure that is a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. This is the photograph you took of the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts?
Objection.
That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth.
Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing.
And how can you tell that?
Blood splatter.
Huh? Hey, Sachi, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty good.
See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat?
But it's a black and white photograph. Ah, yes, it is hard to tell, but this could be blood.
Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem, except you.
Mr. Wright, are you gonna just sit there and take that kind of abuse?
Got a better idea? Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime.
Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies.
That's it?
If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating, like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder.
Premeditated? How do you know?
Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph.
Well, are those gloves?
Surgical gloves made out of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves.
What? Yeah, how are you doing, Sachi? These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation.
Premeditated murder. A serious offense.
Witness, add this to your testimony. Doing alright? Nice. Been editing videos? Slowly.
The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it.
That's how I feel, Sachi. I was gonna do art today, and then I was like, but what if I played some Tears of the Kingdom? And then I played some Tears of the Kingdom, and it ate my entire day. What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves, like driving gloves?
The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves of the kind used for autopsies.
In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime.
Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Starr. This is bad. She's got them thinking this was all planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. You've got to think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. Oh, whoops. It couldn't have been planned ahead of the time, because the murder weapon was in Edgeworth's car already. Witness, do you know what this is?
Are you trying to test me? I sell boxed lunches for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk.
Indeed, it is my knife.
What's with this case? Oh, whoops. Bennett is the chief prosecutor for the district, right?
Mommy, are prosecutors bad people?
The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony.
What's that, Rookie?
In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder. And that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing? The murder weapon.
Oh,
This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. Order, order, order. Great, now the tide is turning in our favor.
great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free.
Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Bah. The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution need prove. Nothing else.
Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now? You know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing...
I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought.
How dare you! My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated.
Really, no.
Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again.
The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it?
So, if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy?
In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. Well, first of all, there's already a clear contradiction in that testimony.
Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman.
You said that, but you haven't told us how you know.
That's what I'm about to tell you, Rookie.
I believe what she said was a mere prelude to the story she's about to tell. Try not to interrupt her again.
Rookie. Never interrupt a storyteller. It's like pulling a bun out of the oven half-baked.
Something's half-baked here, alright, and it's you. Try not to confuse the defense, witness. They're not very quick on their feet. Now, why did you believe the suspect had intentions to murder the victim?
Her actions speak for themselves. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office.
Except, Sholmes will hit you with the most batshit insane theory you could possibly comprehend from the available pieces of evidence. You have no proof that Miss Skye called him there.
You have no proof that she didn't.
Mr. Edgeworth, thoughts? There's no record of a call made on the defendant Miss Lana Skye's phone.
She might have written him a letter.
Come on, you could have tried public phone first, at least. In any case, the victim came to the prosecutor's office where he was murdered. I'm sure he had a reason to be there. Witness, why do you think it was the suspect who summoned the victim that day?
I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim.
What kind of grudge?
Well, I wouldn't know that.
Of course you don't. That's because she didn't have a grudge.
Rookie. I have a lunchbox here. Now, what's inside?
How am I supposed to know?
See, we agree there's a lunchbox here, but we don't know what's inside. A person's life is like a lunchbox with pretzels. Don't you agree?
I get it. That's why my lunch was so salty. This judge isn't very good with metaphors. The suspect had a grudge against Detective Goodman. Will you tell us your basis for thinking this?
It's simple. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again.
Human machine? That's a contradiction. Please. Can't you find fault with something of substance, Mr. Wright?
Note to self, Mr. Edgeworth's sighs smell like citrus fruit.
You say again and again. How many times did she stab him exactly?
We often say chop into 1,000 pieces, but we don't actually mean 1,000 pieces. What difference does it make if the deed is done?
And she's getting mad at me. Let's just say she stabbed him several times and leave it at that. Leave it at that? This is a murder case, people.
Mr. Wright, you should speak up if you have an objection, you know?
Stars turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenging her abilities as a detective really has set her off.
The short wick burns out the fastest. That's a scientific fact.
Wonder, wouldn't it depend on the size of the candle? I mean, add more wax and even a really short wick will burn longer.
Obviously, more scientific testing is required.
But yes, he was only stabbed once. It's almost always just the first one. Like, the first, contradiction is almost always the hardest. Loss of blood from chest wound. Single stab wound was found. You say she stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that.
Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise.
I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Star. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound. Aha! You're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth.
What a hunk. He's my hero, really.
What about my objection? No one noticed? Well, witness?
You got the crime scene set, right?
Oh, thanks.
I always believed that no one would ever mistake the ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible.
So, you're saying you mistook something for blood?
When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood on at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie, the phrasing "at her breast" is a very odd phrase. It's a very odd way to phrase it. I understand what its intent is, but there are better ways to phrase that sentence.
That's why I thought she must have stabbed,
Wow.
That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice.
Tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify.
Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was.
Oh, I guess we should press this. A red muffler?
Yes, like a scarf. The chief prosecutor always wears one around her neck. So she can be easily hanged at a moment's notice, I suppose.
He's right. This guy was wearing a red scarf, wasn't she? Wait, isn't it odd that you mistook that for splattered blood? Well, people often mistake my beard for a bib. Judge with a bib. That's why this place feels so much like kindergarten sometimes.
Actually, I do think I saw some traces of blood on her chest.
However, the autopsy report is clear in this matter. There was only one knife wound. Apparently, Miss Starr isn't entirely sure of her own testimony.
Mr. Wright, this is our chance.
Chance for what, I wonder? Star's turned out, yep. This is another mechanic from a later game that I really wish that they had backported. In, starting from Apollo Justice, they have a little marker that indicates which statement you're on. I really wish that they had backported that to this. It would have been so helpful. Miss Starr, I demand an explanation. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work.
What?
The suspect was not wearing a scarf or a muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. Edgeworth, stop stealing our discoveries. And you've proved it yourself with this photograph.
Huh? But that, it can't be.
Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations. Perhaps you've finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good.
In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails.
What was my objection? Chopped liver?
But it was there. A scarf. No, not that, but something red. Really.
Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business.
What?
Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that.
Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least.
Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony.
The most important part?
Part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might just be the moment of truth. Edgeworth is going through his, like, he's going through his, arc currently, where he's just like, you know, rather than trying to get everyone guilty like my mentor who is an asshole, I'm actually going to try to figure out the truth. And so Edgeworth isn't afraid to toss you a bone sometimes.
After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind the partition off to her side. I quickly caught her and explained her rights to her and arrested her on the spot. Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused on my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile.
You are quite determined about this scarf, aren't you?
I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star.
That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake.
Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten.
No thanks.
Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain.
Cobras spit, do they?
She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum.
An oil drum? Hard to imagine.
Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr.
Wow. Very well, Mr. Wright. Cross-examination, if you will.
After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side.
So where's this partition on the floor plans?
I'm sure she means this wall next to the car.
That's right. There was a wall there, about 6 feet high.
She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do.
And what did you do then?
I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot.
Cobras do still bite. Say quickly. Were you close to the suspect?
As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time.
Maybe I should press her for more details? I'd like to see this on the floor plans, just to be safe. Lunchland car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. She witnessed the murder from here. That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, mister?
Yes, that's right.
There's a chain link fence in front of you.
Went over it, of course.
Amazing. Cough up queen lunch lady athlete indeed.
It would have taken her a little time to climb over, the fence. So she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast.
Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. So how did Miss Sky not get away?
Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler.
You mentioned the muffler. What exactly did she say?
If I remembered exactly, I would have told you in my testimony.
Cheeky.
Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler.
Just that one word.
So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else.
Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone.
Phone? She can't mean... By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene?
Yes, ultimately.
Ultimately?
My memory. It's like a salmon, heading upstream, you see.
No, the court does not seem a star.
The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall.
On the wall? That's right. Near the car, there's an emergency phone on the wall.
Apparently it was out of order.
So she used her cell phone.
Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day.
Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? Should, of course, add this to your testimony.
The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. I saw it all. How she tried the phone on the wall but had to use her cell instead.
Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? Aha! I was going to ask the same thing.
I only say this one time, so listen close, rookie. The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order.
Kind of an important detail to leave out, yeah, exactly.
So then she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time,
wow, Judge, that was a really good impression. And during that time, you climbed over the chain link fence.
Then, when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone.
You saw her doing this.
What is it, Mr. Wright? The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile.
She
she made to escape. Can you be more specific?
She brushed aside my hand and ran. It was a terrible sight to see. Like a
I thought that... Okay, wow.
like a dollop of lard on pâté foie gras.
Whoa, foie gras? Is that foie gras? How do you pronounce F-O-I-E? That's pâté of foie gras? I have no clue how to pronounce that. Huh. Or huh?
She even kicked over an oil drum at me.
Foie? Pâté of foie gras?
She even kicked over an oil drum at me.
Sorry. I read that twice. An oil drum? There was an oil drum laying on its side at the scene of the crime. But it's strange. What's that?
If she wanted to escape, why didn't she run the other way?
The other... Ah. Parking lot entrance.
That's right. It doesn't make any sense that she would run from behind the partition to the oil drums. Excellent. More mysteries.
Sure could solve a few before finding more, though. Don't worry, Phoenix. We won't be solving anything for another, like, 4 hours. So, Miss Sky tried to run.
I'm sorry my sister is so suspicious, Mr. Wright.
Not as sorry as I am.
But she didn't do it. You have to believe me.
You wouldn't have been able to see that from the other side of the partition. Miss Star, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Sky.
The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, who would have thought you'd be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago.
Well, Miss Star, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this?
I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up.
Look at the floor plan. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Sky making that phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it.
What?
Order, order. What's the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch. She's coughing up lies.
That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question. Tell us exactly what lie the witness has told to the court.
Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about where she saw it. Miss Sky tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Star to lie about it. Pointless to lie. I see. But say the witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Star witnessed the crime from a different location.
A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I've ever heard one.
Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard until now points in one direction. The point where Miss Star witnessed the crime from was here. This is the only place where she could have been. Security guard room? Indeed, the security room is in the underground parking lot as well. The security room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor, so you can see the entire lot. You would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. Why there? There's so many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being a part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Starr?
How many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today, a man has got the better of Angel Starr.
Order, order. Witness, what have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better.
I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished. And I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails.
Guilty? She talking about Miss Sky?
Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Starr lie? It doesn't make sense.
Huh?
She could have just said that she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything.
Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. That truth still stands.
Still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. Here is a situation number 1 where this is one of the very few cases in the entire series where they actually give a damn about perjury as a crime. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. Tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else?
Mr. Wright, let's review what we know.
Miss Starr witnessed the crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference. But what? What would change? It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime.
My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see.
What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Sky? Well, witness?
You.
Yes?
You ordered the squid wheels, right?
Quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible.
I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend.
Boysenberry for the boyfriend.
He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. That's why I had to go through the visitors parking in B block.
It's quite a detour.
It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime.
5 minutes? This changes things considerably.
But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it, and I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork.
Have a point. The spork is a wonderful invention.
Would you like another caviar lunch?
Absolutely. Uh-oh.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something.
Do I have any evidence to stop this? I feel like it's too obvious, but maybe she's the murderer.
Objection!
5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the arrest. Think about it. You could make pasta in that amount of time if you like it al dente.
I've got lunchboxes that tie pasta into knots, rookie.
5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Also, that 100% discounts the time it takes to boil the water.
Strange.
First rule of Ace Attorney. 90% of the time, the first witness isn't the real murderer. You say that, but the first witness in the Larry Butts case was the murderer. If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. Yeah, that is the first case. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run, but this time was different. Miss Sky dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable.
Yeah.
Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. First case, right? They can't be throwing 3 witnesses at you. The Great Ace Attorney 1 would like to beg to differ with you. The Great Ace Attorney 1 has like 5 witnesses in the first case. No spoiling that one, but... Well then, seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant, and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth is the next witness ready to go?
Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history.
We did it. We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright.
That was too close. I'm afraid that the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned.
Hold it. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid reels, right?
That's the one she tried to foist off on me!
I prefer not to take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say?
I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence.
What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Starr.
Is this your jumbo lunchbox?
Oh! Triple-decker! Withholding evidence is a crime. Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. But believe me, Nautilus, this is the case that brings up evidence law and likes to bash you over the head with it.
Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed.
What's she gonna pull out of her lunchbox this time?
I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on the shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the detective, or the defendant, Miss Alana Skye. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence.
Ace Attorney sure does love to ignore the law until it suits them. Yeah, this is also one of, like, 3 cases in the entire series that bring up perjury as a crime. What? There was blood found on that shoe?
Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs.
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence?
Simple. As I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself.
And you had blood tests performed?
Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics.
In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence.
What?
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
Seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Fan died last night, so it's super hot in your room. Ugh. That's the worst. After stream, my room gets stupidly hot. Part of it's just because I have to close my, door to get, like, any semblance of decent acoustics in here. And to not wake up everyone else in the house when I'm yelling. But, honestly, I need to get sound foam at some point.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright?
Seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen.
You could at least study some evidence law, really.
Prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness.
Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged.
Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness.
I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene.
Why did you lie about those 5 minutes?
I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results.
The results?
How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blink means nothing.
Then why didn't you just tell the truth?
Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book.
This is when the suspect is admitting she did it? Or, yeah, this is when the suspect is admitting she did it. False testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. Let's just get this over with.
And now, the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up?
You found this shoe at the scene of the crime.
I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive.
So, like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with a shoe.
I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. This shoe was my secret weapon if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen.
Happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really. In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of a crime. Tell us what you did next.
2 types of blood were found on the shoe. One was, of course, the victim's.
So you brought it to the forensics department.
If you're going to submit something as evidence in court, you need it approved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert.
She got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. Shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it.
Well, the man was stabbed after all.
The blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman.
As said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. The other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
You can't say for sure that the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test.
You claim to know something about blood tests, rookie.
Huh?
Well, speak up.
Well, blood comes in 4 types. A, B, O, and A, or A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood. It's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright.
Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types with all the blood tests out there. Which means we can do more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just one person. Or so I hear.
That's pretty specific.
If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they said there's very little doubt it could be anyone's but Miss Lana Sky's.
The suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe.
That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman.
I was afraid he was gonna say that.
This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence.
Can't let this evidence go through without a fight.
You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some, like your client, she's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe?
Problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? Let's take a look at it.
This blood, it's my sister's, right?
Appears so. Lana's right hand was bandaged when I saw her in jail. She must have cut herself at the time of the crime.
Poor sis. Ah! There's blood here, too?
On the sole of the shoe? It's gotta be the victim's.
He must have stepped in a puddle of his own blood.
Whoops, that was Phoenix Lane.
All this blood. It's horrible.
This blood might be an important clue. If I'm not imagining things, I'd say there's one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction.
That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut now. But you couldn't take the heat, could you?
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? So what's the problem with this evidence?
wonder if you noticed. There's blood on the bottom of this shoe.
Don't mess with me, rookie. Or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe.
Indeed. There's quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about the blood on the bottom of the shoe?
Thanks for the stretch and hydrate, Yamato. Random thing. Sachi, I'm curious, how many channel points do you have? I know that Nautilus has far more than they can spend, but, what could possibly be contradictory about the blood on the bottom of his shoe? 34.1k. I really need to figure out more channel point redeem stuff. Oh, wait, is it the fact that there's no blood on the floor here? The problem lies in the footprint.
The footprint?
Wow, that's not your voice. Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about this shoe.
This picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints.
Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Order, order, order. Well, witness?
What, huh? Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint.
Oh, that's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint.
Think, Mr. Wright, think.
Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions.
What?
I see. Now I get it.
Get what?
Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There's one vital hint to the truth in her testimony.
What are you talking about?
Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect.
The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hand aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard. Or a leopard woman.
I thought that was a strange thing for the normally cool-headed chief to do.
No kidding.
Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty?
Oh, that... I'm not sure. Or, I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory.
Witness, Well, was the oil drum empty?
The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water.
Water? What does that mean?
Still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Do you want to know the reason? Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason?
Ha! You don't mean...
Yes, the suspect had knocked over that oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would become evidence against her.
What? That ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoes tie her quite clearly to this murder. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs.
Why? That's a prosecutor's specialty. Erasing evidence.
That reminds me. Miss Sky's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she'd cut herself when she stabbed him?
So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe?
Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial.
Mr. Wright, do something, please.
What? What can I do?
Your sister's confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it.
But...
Enough. There's no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor.
Very well.
But Angel Star is on the prosecution's side. She could have been lying about the water.
The court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
I think this is Angel.
Hold it. Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you just say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well. I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence.
Wait. Witness, don't tell me you have something else.
The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court.
Your threats don't scare the cough-up queen. Look at this.
Photograph?
I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim.
I see no room for error in this evidence.
Mr. Wright, wait. Look at the asphalt in this photo.
Hey, it's clearly wet. Get some luminol on that shit. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. Our detectives don't use any sort of forensic science for some reason, despite the fact that this takes place in 2016.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all.
Not your fault. I know I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. Sorry, Mia.
Right, wet or not. Don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up, not until the bitter end.
Do you think Mia just spends her time haunting Phoenix? This is the last piece of evidence.
Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good.
Your Honor, wait.
What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore?
Angel Star, please clarify if the shoe was creepy or wet. Here, have a chart that describes what is creepy and or wet. Gosh. I haven't thought about that in a long time. Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it will be too late. Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, Wright, are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah. Think later. Yeah, there is a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. I suppose since we've come this far, I should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem with this photograph. Problem in this photograph is here. Okay, so fun thing, when I played this on the DS version, I clicked that in the tailpipe. It said it was wrong because I was just slightly off to the side. And so I spent forever just like saving and I saved and I just basically reloaded repeatedly to that point. And was like, what the hell even is wrong here? And I looked up a guide and it's just like, yeah, it's the thing in the tailpipe. And it's like, excuse me? Problem in this photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor? You just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photograph. A muffler is also a part on a car or a motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system. A pipe. I wonder how this was, Is there, like, a word in Japanese that sounds like the tailpipe of a car? Like the muffler of a car? Because this seems like a very strangely specific, like, this feels like this wouldn't work in another language. I see. And I see. It's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler.
So what if there's something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony.
What?
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to this case. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court.
Yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler.
Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence.
Oh.
Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings.
Suspend?
I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. She drops it on the, it's not on the floor, it's just on the little rail in front of her. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once, and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait till after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. Phew. That was close. But we made it. At least for now. This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It is lunchtime, after all. Still hungry? Also, yes, this chunk of the trial is split up into 2 pieces.
Mr. Wright?
Huh? What?
Are trials always like this with you? Like you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there?
Pretty much. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway?
Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers.
Probably something to do with that piece of cloth.
So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth.
I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner. They say you show a red cloth to a bull and it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least.
Officer Marshall.
Thought I'd come take a look and see how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That hard to slip out, huh? What's going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen in these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example.
Officer Marshall, the whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf.
You don't say. That's just beat all. See, I can do a Western accent decently well. It's one of the very few accents that I'm not the worst at. God, I just realized Ace Attorney 2 is gonna have me attempting to do a German accent, and it's gonna be something. I've seen the red breeze blowing at her slender neck many a time. Saw it that day too. She was wearing a red muffler.
What?
At the award ceremony that afternoon. Edgeworth's seen it too, I'd reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. Also, can I just say, holy shit, Lana's outfit is very pretty. I'd love to be able to pull off that kind of outfit.
So, Miss Star wasn't mistaken.
Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. And sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. I have a bad feeling about this.
So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright?
With steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee. Also, weird thing, I can't tell if I'm just... Is the thing down the side of Jake Marshall's hat, like, down the side of his head? Is that his hair, or is that, like, something of his hat? It looks like it's cloth textured. I'd like to resume. What's up? Judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. Your face is blue, your lips are purple, and you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are unfocused. You're doubled over, your back is bent.
It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth.
Well then, I believe it's time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, I had a
This is unacceptable.
Seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Oh, it took me a sec to realize who this was. Excuse me. Knock knock. That's not his voice, by the way. I'm not gonna give him that voice. Who's there? What's with this guy? Strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom.
Hey, the temperature rose by 5.7 degrees when that man came in.
Who on earth is he? Ah, it's you. Oh, sorry I'm late, Udgy. Roads were packed. It was just me. Long time no see, eh, Udgy? How you been? Swim much these days? Ah, hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy? Busy smizzy, Udgy, my boy. You have to make time to relax.
I'm gonna give him a slightly, like, prim and proper voice.
Yes, indeed.
Udgy seems to be his nickname for the judge.
I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you?
Ahaha. So you're Righto. The attorney I've heard good things about you, son.
Thanks?
So sorry about her little Worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime, jolly?
Little Worthy?
Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police?
Chief of police?
He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Name's Gant. Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. To what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's Worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this.
Hey, that's...
My sister's muffler.
So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler.
To think that it was stuffed into that exhaust pipe. On little Worthy's car, no less.
I get the feeling that Gant and the judge's voices are gonna mash together.
It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's this? What you call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this.
Chief, what kind of outfit are you running?
Mr. Edgeworth?
How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job?
Now, wait a minute, Worthy.
I've no desire to hear your excuses.
I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document, where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature, is there? Miles Edgeworth.
He's given off that very, like, imposing aura. Is what his long pauses are doing.
That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had...
Your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology.
What? Are you serious?
Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made.
This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words.
This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. Court accepts this new evidence. But I'd like to ask the defense a favor first.
Yes?
Just to be sure. I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife.
The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not.
You open it up for me, I wonder?
Yes, well... I think all you have to do is push that switch and...
If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore.
Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point at people anymore.
Come on, just hurry up and open it.
Why did it go the long way around? That's automated, by the way. I wasn't pressing anything.
There's a small tag on this knife.
seems to say SL9 2.
What does that mean?
Well, heard something similar. DL6. DL6 incident fame.
But it's strange.
Huh? What is?
I'm not certain, but I get the feeling I've seen this somewhere before. Letters like this, or letters that looked a lot like this somehow. Ah! Don't scare me like that!
I'm the one who's scared.
Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off.
It's a dark red stain. Blood? This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. Terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us? About the split between the prosecutors and the police. And this knife. Sure thing. Not a problem, not even a little one, really. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. It was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. The detective was killed in the police department, see? What a mess. Time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. There was a murder at the police department. A detective. That's hush-hush information, Uji. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order. Anyway, we at the department are all aflustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top-secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? People understand the police department's situation. Or I think we understand I think we understand the police department situation. Wow. That was very much more a Gant voice than a judge voice. Well, Mr. Wright? 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places.
The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course.
I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Excuse me, special? Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else. Might that special thing be this little tag? Oh, sorry, Righto, but I can't say that. No, not that. We've established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why was there another knife at the scene of the crime? It's quite a mystery. Like a mystery, it's wrapped in something. A muffler. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. This knife was found on the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on in the department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto.
Maybe there's something about the knife that'll give us a clue. Let's examine that knife while we can, Righto.
Evidence that links this knife to Detective Goodman. I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place. I should try presenting that piece of evidence that's had me stumped all this time. So, how are things down at the department? That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. Something happened at the police department too, huh? You got a good look in your eyes there, Righto, my boy. Sharp, hungry. So, something did happen. And why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? No matter, I understand. You were busy. What with Lana's case and all. Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day?
Detective was killed at the police department. See? What a mess.
On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department?
That's a fact, surprisingly. Or surprising, isn't it, Udgy? But a loss for words. That's not your voice.
In the perpetrator, do you have a suspect?
Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact.
Just arrested? That was quick.
But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto.
Suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case?
Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only.
Oh, whoops. So, tell me, where was the victim found?
Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room in the police department.
Evidence room?
You wouldn't know about the evidence room, would you, Righto?
Can't say I've heard of it. Guess I should ask again once I learn a bit more about this evidence room.
There's something stranger about this than the place where the body was found.
Well, how was the detective killed?
How was he killed? And that's the interesting part. It was what we in the Force call a stabbing with a knife.
A knife? That's exactly the same as Detective Goodman.
That's the spirit. We're cooking now. No, it's not the only thing that was exactly the same.
What do you mean?
There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death.
Seems like I'm gonna have to press this a bit harder.
Time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh?
Hold up, let him cook. 5:15? But that's when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office.
What? Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place at the very same time. What are the chances?
Coincidence? This is just my gut feeling, but I'd say there's a 0.001% chance of that happening. Chief Gant, please tell us more about the incident.
It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it.
How can you say there's no connection?
How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, Righto. You understand? I'd understand, Righto. Well, if you can prove there's a connection, more power to you. Maybe there is something that ties the two murders together.
Whatever it is, I'd better find it and get to the bottom of this. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15. One at the prosecutor's office, and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. And that knife. What was it doing there? Better check this knife out. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Whoops. That was a fat finger. That was also a fat finger. So, when did the murder at the police department occur?
That's a sharp question, Righto. Very sharp. Well, my boy, you're going to love this.
Wait a second.
Ah, at last, an honest-to-goodness objection.
This knife. This has to have something to do with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? Aha! An honest-to-goodness, what do you mean from Udgy? This is great.
Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL92.
And this is important. Why? Over here we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? 9 minus 5s 12-2? Your Honor, it's upside down. Upside? Printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around and what do you get? Aha! Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing as written on the chief's on the knife's tag. Wow. Order, order. Well, Chief? Ah, well. This cat's out of the bag. You win, righto. I win? Ah. What game is this guy playing? This knife was evidence in a case. It's stolen from the department's evidence room. So this knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, as you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice. Good show, Little Worthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car.
Hard to think there isn't a connection there.
That was a bad... Oh, wait. That knife was evidence from a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. Wait, what? Am I just supposed to throw this at it again? Nope. Knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. So do I just need to present... Do I need to just present... the knife itself? No? What connection are you asking me to make? You've already made the connection. Knife. Doing there? Check this knife out. What? All? Maybe. Small tag says SL9-2. Not sure, but it reminds me of a similar code. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either. Check the court record again. You can't rotate the note in 3D, unfortunately. I just realized, why don't I have the other picture that Angel gave us? Maybe the phone? Yeah. Nope. Confidence save. The knife on this statement? Maybe. Nope. Nope. Okay. It's unfortunate. Enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. Defense has failed to give the court sufficient reason to doubt the prosecution's claim. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Lana Sky, guilty. The accused will surrender to the court immediately. Be held pending trial at a higher court within a month from today's date. That is all. This court is adjourned. And that is why I confidence saved. Stolen from the department's evidence room. Yeah, there's not really... Can't even investigate anything other than the tag here that I've already investigated. I'm just throwing stuff at the wall now. I legitimately have no clue what the game wants from me currently. Nope. What have we presented on this last statement? There's a reason that people hate this case. There's a reason that people don't like this case. It's because its logic can be very obtuse at times. Like, this is the statement that got added. This knife was stolen. Sachi, if you hate this, if you hate the fact that this, like, line of logic is happening, you are going to hate Turnabout Big Top in, Ace Attorney 2. This knife was stolen. Yes, but on the day of the murder, there's evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice. Good show, Little Worthy, as the murder weapon as it happens. Knife was stolen on the day of the murder. It was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. This is gonna be some shit that's, like, super simple. Ugh, come on.
Like... Aren't in any shape to do an investigation. Gotta look in your eyes there. Something, did it happen? Why wasn't I informed? Weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? No matter, I understand. You were busy with Lana's case and all. Oh, what happened? What happened to the police department that day? Detective was killed at the police department. Same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. Fact surprising. Perpetrator, do you have a suspect? Well, there's a suspect, just arrested them. Still a lot of unanswered questions, maybe you could help. Yep. I'm gonna reenact the murder. Gant's gonna be the victim. What? I have to be, like, missing some shit. Whoa. You see that? The, half of the knife didn't load in there for a second. This one? I've already pressed it to that. What? That's fucking bullshit, game. Ugh. This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. I forgot what Gant's voice was. There's the connection between the two cases.
You seem happy, Mr. Wright.
Happy? Happy. We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. Knife. Five. Oh wait, what? When Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office? What? The odds? Coincidence?
This is just my gut feeling, but I'd say that, yep.
What?
Nope, apparently not. There's a reason that nobody likes this case. Well, actually, no. The story in this case is really good. Like, it's got one of the better stories case-wise, but... I already pressed that statement a second time. This knife was stolen. Yep, on the day of the murder. This evidence clearly reveals that Chief Gant is a fucking dumbass. Surprising, isn't it, Aji? I'm at a loss for words. Tell me, where's the victim found? Evidence room? Wait a second, I've heard of that.
The evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now?
That was evidence from a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. Here's the connection between these two cases.
You seem happy, Mr. Wright.
Happy? Just got handed our ticket. Yep. Link between the two cases. We finally have some leverage. We can get Gant to testify about the details. Then have him testify about the details. This knife. Gant, if you keep acting like this, there's going to be another murder. Yeah, what do I do here? Chief. I did that. I pressed again after I got that information. I hate testimonies in these games that advance without presenting evidence. Like, presenting evidence is like the whole point of the game. And it hurts. And I get mad. The defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say? Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. Connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room.
Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag.
Also, we know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. You two make a good pair. Took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here.
Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department.
See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet at all. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all.
What? Really? Who would have guessed?
I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay?
If you're gonna tell us a little, why not tell us everything?
Well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly.
Oh well, guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. Victim's ID number. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number?
Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that.
Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all.
Keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 5842189. Well, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 82... I can't do it. Or, that's not your voice. I can't do it.
You didn't even get the first number right.
Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything?
ID number of the victim at the police department. 5842189. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think.
Meaning?
It has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean?
Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. Say the ID number on the of the detective who was murdered at the police department. Tells you something? What does it do?
Witness.
What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night.
No, it's just, I got confused. And this is news.
Huh?
Just come out with both guns blazing, like you always do. The police department, prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here.
Oh, is it yours?
No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman.
Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret.
Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189.
And this means what exactly? Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82? I've forgotten.
You didn't even get the first number right. Again! The number the chief of police gave us was 5842189. Wait a second, Wright. What does this mean?
That's what I want to know.
The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that?
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Sharp as a tack, righto. Sharp as a tack. But wait. Detective Goodman is our victim. Our victim. He's killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot.
Yet a Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department. In the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. So what you're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time, and in a completely different location.
Order, order. Chief, what does this mean?
No. What I want to know is why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case.
Oh, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered.
Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case.
Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error, Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours.
What? How? How dare?
We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our officer, Meekins, who brought you the news.
Officer Meekins?
Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha! Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. Got you your report, sir.
You don't mean him?
According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe.
But your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident.
Detective Bruce Goodman, murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on top of the report.
Why didn't your officer tell me?
Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged.
In any case, this is a serious error. Gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy.
But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then
Such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy.
What?
Now, what was the second rule of evidence law,
Well, Mr. Wright?
Huh?
Oh, well, it's, Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant?
Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Wright over there. Good job, Wright, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job.
No. No!
It seems we've come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all those rumors? We're even in the defendant's chair just this past December.
I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. If it's the last thing I do.
Better get results this time, really.
You have my profound apologies, sir.
Or Mr. Edgeworth.
I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I'll grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned. We are officially 1/3 of the way through this case.
Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused.
Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room.
What's this "and the evidence room" part? Prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes away by car.
Well, that's what we're gonna find out. Or try to, at least.
Alright, let's do it.
But she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's gonna be much help with this.
Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares?
Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie.
Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it.
That oil drum, was it empty?
The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence at a crime scene? Never.
You know, she says they don't get along. Emma really likes her sister.
That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her.
Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, water in that oil drum washed it all away.
Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright.
Huh? What's that grin for?
This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid.
Luminol?
Blood is sticky stuff, you know? You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there.
But wouldn't the police have already done those tests?
Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try.
Me? Why do I have to do it?
I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet.
Testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it.
Here, look. I'll lend you these glasses.
Huh? You had an extra pair of those things?
To test for blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Let's find us some bloodstains.
I don't know if you can tell, but this was a touchscreen minigame originally. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So, this is a bloodstain.
It's so...
Emma, you're shaking.
It's just... This is my first time seeing real blood.
Scientific investigation and action.
Okay. Well, we definitely know this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course.
What's odd about this, scientifically? Perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood?
I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe.
It is pretty strange. They fought here, there'd have been more blood than this.
Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark the floor plans when we find the blood stain, okay? See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right?
Yeah. And the stuff's pretty handy, too.
I saved up my allowance to buy that.
Wait, what did that say? Luminol testing fluid received from a very proud-looking Emma Sky.
We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case.
Let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day.
Yeah. Feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it?
Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Ha! Oh.
I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Star. You only trust your own eyes, Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house.
Sorry, it's just that... that kind of lead doesn't really get my mouth watering.
You certainly put me in a tight spot today.
My apologies, Miss Star, but...
No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from the security room right there. But I was afraid that that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Ah! I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman.
I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what?
So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star? Yes, I was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hard on the criminal when they faced me, they coughed it up.
Coughed it up?
They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too.
I could be your devil or your angel. I wouldn't doubt it.
Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of the suspect after suspect. And before long they called me the Cuff-Up Queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches.
Better give me a sec. You were let go? Fired?
I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident.
SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean...
What do you think about this? The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know? Really? That knife was evidence from the case. The murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day Goodman was killed. As I suspected. SL9 isn't over. Not yet.
You think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Apparently not. What do you think about this? Goodman was head detective, yep.
That looks like a petrified piece of provolone.
Huh? It's not. It's my attorney's badge.
I'd think a petrified piece of provolone would fetch more in the open market.
Look, my badge isn't up for sale. Not yet, at least.
I had one of those up until 2 years ago. Back when you were the Cuff-Up Queen, right?
We found his ID card here in this parking lot.
Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's.
But it's the same idea as the man who was killed over at the police department.
That's impossible.
Wish I could be so sure. Someone used a marker to write their name on this. Emma Sky. Don't tell me you bring this with you everywhere you go.
Well, you never know when something might go down.
So what kind of a world do you think we live in? Emma Sky bringing a bottle of luminol testing fluid to show and tell.
If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes.
So you went straight to the scene of the crime?
I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. 5 minutes weren't the problem, Star. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time.
That time?
That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. They're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable to who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So, they didn't solve it? On the contrary. It was solved quite cleanly. Criminal was caught and executed.
Executed?
Yes. The criminal got what was coming to him, and it doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, I never did find decisive evidence, not a shred.
What? But the criminal was executed, right?
On the basis of evidence of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well.
Wait, could it be?
Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean, Police Department Security Detail, Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then, it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I.
You haven't forgotten SL9?
There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell. There's only one reason I came to sell lunches in this accursed office. I came here to meet old friends. Boyfriends that can help me investigate.
Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we found new evidence.
There has to be a connection. So, Rookie.
What?
It seems like you're serious about investigating this case.
Yes.
Then you should take this.
A Salisbury steak lunch?
I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Miss Star? Officer Marshall, is he, are you his... Are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous.
Check under the steak. Wait, wrong game. I get that reference. I've played to that point. Ah, my voice is starting to go hoarse.
He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then.
This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective.
But now, he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you.
So Jake Marshall. It's like Miss Sky is in questioning.
I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in 2 places at the same time? Can you imagine?
Is she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. Did Mr. Gant say they arrested a suspect in the police department murder?
Let's come back later.
Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here.
Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department.
Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot.
It makes my head hurt.
Well, first things first. Let's go check out the police department crime scene.
Yes, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up or we could wind up dead.
Doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. It doesn't look like anyone's gonna help us much either. It's even busier here than it was yesterday.
The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring.
Suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all.
So, the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is.
She's like a kid at an amusement park.
Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look.
I'm running out of hydration. So the decor in this place, it's very eccentric.
According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room.
So beyond that door is the evidence room. Scene of the crime?
It sure seems that way. Oh.
What's wrong?
It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight.
Can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where's the guard?
I have a feeling I know who he is already.
Big sign that says Texas.
Look on the floor, a lasso.
Looks like it's set up to trap something.
A trap? Here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here, but the lasso missed.
You sure have an active imagination. Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here.
There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of there.
Jake Marshall's been drinking on the job.
Yipes. These sure are prickly. They must be the real deal.
I think just one big one would be sufficient.
These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually.
How so?
Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her.
I'm not so sure I see the resemblance.
It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. There's a security guard uniform hanging here.
It's more like a costume than uniform, honestly.
A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What's that called again? A paunchy, a pinchy? Oh, I know, a poochie. Wait, maybe that wasn't it.
It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. The evidence room is beyond that door.
Let's just walk in. It won't open.
Thought it'd be open? I think we'd need someone's permission to go in there first.
This swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon.
Look, it's nailed shut. Can't get in that way.
Of course not. If you went in through there, the cactuses would fall over. Ouch.
I'd say I'd be more of a yarg myself. Voice is charged with frantic energy, as always. I think this is Gumshoe, probably? Please.
Huh? Wasn't that...
One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland.
Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale.
I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. Caught our criminal, now we just need evidence. Criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing at the police department evidence room, right, pal? On the same day that the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. I forgot how I did Gant's voice. It's the biggest scandal that hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch, pronto. Standing around here talking isn't gonna fill my belly.
Wait, don't leave.
Wanna know more? Head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later.
He ran off to the evidence room.
Well, this investigation's off to a running start. Why? Why would you make it so you can't go... How hard would it have been for them to just add in the other options into a single menu?
Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they?
Yeah, I guess they did. Let's not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing.
What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me? A perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say. Hi. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. Got your report, sir. Officer Meekins, is your guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir, how should I say this?
Wait, he isn't... Is he? You, Officer Meekins, you didn't... Did you?
Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What?
This is an unexpected turn of events.
Sir, I'm a patrolman with General Affairs, sir.
How? I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins.
I had some business that day, sir, so I went to the evidence room, sir. Guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So, normally there is a guard at the evidence room? That's right, sir. Because the evidence kept in the evidence room, sir. And the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall.
Marshall?
And, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. Ah, yeah, ow, ow, ow.
What the heck is this guy doing?
So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here in the detention center.
How long were you out? Days?
Might I ask, what happened to your hand?
Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir.
Bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky.
Yet, another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office.
First things first. Tell us how you hurt your hand. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right?
Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you label me as the perpetrator or victim, sir, or if you have to label me as the perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me the victim.
I would, but you happen to be in detention, and alive and well at that.
Ah, yes, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that.
Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman?
Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, and I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side.
So you didn't know him?
Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives.
So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him?
Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir.
Sorry, Meekin's voice. I'm probably doing Meekin's voice really loud. By accident, just due to how close I'm leaning to the mic. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime?
Well, you see, sir,
Don't you think you should just confess?
But sir, but there was nothing I could do.
Nothing you could do?
Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious.
Next thing you knew, you were... Huh?
And when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman disappeared.
What?
And when I looked down, I had gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt?
Victim's body disappeared?
That's some story.
Officer Meekins, have a look at this.
Go ahead, sir. Laugh. Laugh at me, sir.
Huh?
I know what you want to say. You're gonna tell me how she has one just like that, like it.
Me? Why would I?
I know, sir, I know. I'm the only one without a girl with matching badges. Nowhere. I'm alone. All alone. Is that so wrong? Life isn't all about high school sweethearts and youthful romance, sir.
Is he talking about those badges on her coat? I like to think there's a difference between my badge and a fashion accessory.
Wow, my mouth is watering. I can almost hear the sound of steak frying on the grill.
No doubt it's all cold and tough by now.
No, I'm sure it's delicious. Miss Star poured her heart into making this.
As long as she didn't put any other organs in there.
Let's see. Ingredients, meat. She must mean beef. She probably just wrote it generically.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Of course, as a scientist, I have to check what additives she used.
Go to town.
It says here, hours of sweat and labor.
That's why the sauce is so salty. I like the little, badge. Or his ID card. I like that it's got a little smiley face on it, too.
Do you think you could take a look at this?
Hey, That's it, sir. That's it. That's it.
That's what?
My head was a blank until this very moment. But, sir, now I remember. I remember, sir.
You mean you remember what happened?
Correct. That card. That card was the cause of it all.
This ID card?
Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing.
Better pry into this one a little deeper. Can you tell me what it is that you do remember?
Well, sir, you might say I'm a little lost patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman who was in the evidence room.
That's why you thought he looked suspicious.
Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card.
Well, that sounds pretty much by the book, but by the book so far.
That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. Oh, whoops. Did I skip a bit? His ID card. What did he do?
That's the thing, sir. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me.
What?
Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leaped at him and leapt at him.
Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him?
Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir.
What happened to that? Or what happened then?
Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. And I awoke. I was here.
Right.
So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you?
What do you mean, Emma?
Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman. And the victim, whom he met at the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card.
In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim.
And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died.
That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines.
Huh? You still ended up here.
I don't think he did.
He told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time, Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said.
But you don't remember the events clearly.
No, but the videotape is quite clear.
Huh?
Huh? Videotape?
From the security camera. The crime I swore to stamp out. It's there, it's me, it's on tape.
And you waited until now to tell us this?
I've lost a chunk of my, register for Emma. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it.
No thanks, I have my own. Well, I guess we'd better go check out the crime scene.
Hey, Mr. Wright. Look who's standing at the Chief Detective's desk.
It's Police Chief Gant. And you're sure this is all, What it means if there's anything missing?
Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine.
I see. If anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal?
Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir.
Chief Detective looks a little flustered. Ha! Righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much?
Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir.
Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright?
Is Edgeworth gonna be okay?
Oh, were they? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him.
Sounds like an inquisition.
Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boy since last year.
You mean the incident on Gourd Lake?
Look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it?
And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? Karma. Legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. In court, you fixed it, so he was caught for forging evidence.
Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence.
In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, you do just about anything to restore their reputation.
Front-facing Von Karma isn't real, and he can't hurt you. No, he very much can. He tased us.
And depending on what the inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy.
What?
It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf, too, I mean.
They're being the prosecutors, I assume. You say that, but we got tased in the back room here.
Scientifically speaking, it's impossible.
Hey, Owie, how are you doing? It's been a hot minute.
Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed at 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says.
What evidence is this?
Now, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive. I can't talk about it.
I'm expecting much anyway.
The one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them.
Missed the regulars from the Golden Sun streams. Silver stopped by, Sachi.
You know, it's a full-time job just keeping Chief of Detectives' trap shut.
Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier?
Doing good, just been preparing for moving. Ah.
You saw that? Whoops.
Wonder what it was that he wanted Chief of Detectives to do.
Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him.
Alright, Righto, I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Find the guy who can't seem to sit still out there. The busy one.
The guy who can't sit still. Does he mean Detective Gumshoe?
Either him or the Dancing Blue Badger. Detective Gant, I'm a lawyer. Detective Gant, put your hands in the air. I don't think he's gonna give me anything on the evidence. Nope, I guess we're supposed to present something to Gant. Oh, whoops. I'm gonna present things sequentially until it pops up. See Gant still being a stubborn piece of shit. Sorry you had to see that.
What exactly did the Chief of Police want you to do?
Well, see over there? It's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. It took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can.
So, nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here?
Of course not. Well, except for this.
What, you kept something?
Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete.
A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something?
Date on this is February 21st. Better make note of that just in case. Should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene.
What? What do you mean you should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene? Can't exactly check out the crime scene without... Oh, I wonder if, I just need to talk to Gant. Again. Yeah. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I've never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Now, righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. Go ahead. Investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out.
It just goes to show you never know until you ask.
And for you there, you can borrow this.
Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it?
Special card for guests, so don't lose it.
Yes, sir. It's an honor.
Just run along and do your best now. Later, folks.
It looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID.
You seem happy.
Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir.
I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. The evidence room is beyond that door.
And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open.
Ah, card reader's turned off, see?
What's that security guard thinking?
Howdy, partners. Well, well, what's made my Bambina's skies so gray? Officer Marshall? Why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon.
We're here to investigate the crime scene.
Yeehaw. The card you got there on your chest. It's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts.
Yeehaw.
Well, what you're standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? I say that? I almost said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us, hombres. That smell. Reminds me of Texas.
So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas?
No, I just saw a special on television the other day. This for my baby?
Yeah, Miss Starr.
What's this?
What? What's wrong?
Filet steak lunch. I see.
I don't see. Wonder what it means.
Alright, Bambina, you win. Ask me anything. Finally, it seems like...
He's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right?
Got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. If this guy was from Texas, you'd believe him.
he 100%. He's got real cactuses in here. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us.
Ah, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. Keep on getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly.
He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station.
Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. Since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, I might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know?
So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place?
Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy.
Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy.
There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place.
You mean the security camera system?
I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli to sneak in next to your steak, you know?
Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago.
It's always my dream to be. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of a crime. It's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire.
You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you?
That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. Can't let it go. That's all there is to it.
What kind of case was it, anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one has actually told us what happened.
There's some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago.
2 days ago. Day of our case.
That's right. The evidence transferals.
Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too.
I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do.
Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen.
Okay, sorry, give me a sec. I'm gonna go get some water real quick. I ran out of water a little bit ago, and my throat is very dry, so I'm gonna be back in a sec. Phoenix when he ends up stumbling onto evidence to solve a cold case that literally no one wants to tell him anything about for the 50th time. Okay.
Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen.
This is the button that blows up the police station. He literally, yeah, basically.
Like I said, Bambina, me and the machines, well, like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with mistakes. Easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras.
Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned.
Nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours.
And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman are on one of those tapes?
I reckon they might be.
You're the security guard and you reckon?
One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card.
That's the card reader by the door.
The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through.
So this is the ID card record.
Hey, I've seen that somewhere before.
Sorry, Bambina, can't show you more than that.
Huh?
Haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before.
Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing? Sorry, but could you explain this whole transferal, or what this whole transferal thing is about? Keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. Kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So I can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens after what happens to the evidence after 2 years? Goes to sleep forever in the underground vault of the country sheriff's department. Or county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February.
I see now.
Transferal's like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed. Forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. That happened to SL9 2 days ago. Sheriffs back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. The only thing they trusted was their shooting hand.
This isn't either Wild nor West here.
Ah, that and this are 2 different things entirely.
I guess so.
It's like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy.
See this? This is the victim's ID card.
Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this card is 5842189.
Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. Look, the 4th number. It's a perfect match.
It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world.
So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room.
Wait, what did Officer Meekins say?
Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card.
So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do?
That's the thing. He suddenly pointed a knife at me.
He had his ID card then. Why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. Guess I can give you this ID card record. Got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here.
So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard.
Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue.
Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me.
Whoa!
Sorry. I thought you were a ghost.
I recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. Is it true what I heard? Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. Go ahead. Investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. Chief of Police Gant. Loan anyone $50? Even me?
Oh, so that's what you were talking about.
Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today?
Boss for a day.
Guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you want to have this.
Wow, I slipped into frickin' Marshall there.
So, Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day?
That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again. I'm adamant, though. Gonna take control and put this case to rest. My own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Haha, of course. I'm a detective after all. Gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open.
I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee right now, right?
Trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. Guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. SL9 incident, of course. The beginning and of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case? This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker's fixed with so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. I'm on my third card since entering the force already.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand.
Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint?
Exactly, pal. Lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. Also, okay. That's really funny. This picture right here is a continuity error. That's a character that you don't meet until the next game.
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see?
The handles?
The other side of the handles is a sensor. The wrong person touches it?
Zap, you get a shock.
That's what happened. My hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There's even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Detective Goodman's note. That switchblade knife. That Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because the SL9 connection. It was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know? 2 years ago. It was the first time the world knew Edgeworth as a man to be feared. Why would evidence from that case turn up now? Guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. That was a bloody, violent case. Violent? So it was a murder? Serial killing. Serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. The killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him.
And this was 2 years ago.
That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight. Started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? It's supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It's the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see?
So that switchblade knife.
Victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself?
Look, this one's open, and the red indicator above the door is lit.
Locker's coded with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker.
Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere.
Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces.
Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. It's apparently from the case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there? Another piece of SL9 evidence. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke.
You want to try to put it back together?
Good luck, pal. It's no job for amateurs. I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue.
Oh, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Here's another, poorly translated DS minigame. You actually had to, like, drag the pieces on. Clearly, I'm not great at this. I honestly don't hate this minigame as much as a lot of other people seem to. Who would make a jar like this, by the way?
Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, I got that far too. Got that far too in 2 minutes myself. Problem's finishing it.
Were some pieces stolen?
Like they were missing to begin with. Still. Doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
I kind of understand how it got broken. Someone left a glove here, but only one.
Detective Gumshoe, maybe? Here you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. It's evidence from the case, you know? You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it.
What is a saw and paint doing here?
Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression.
True art. I noticed there's blue and yellow paint here.
Perhaps we were witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger. Well, you might as well say this is my studio. Here, in the evidence room? There's something sticking out of here.
Looks like a shirt. Guess it must be evidence for some case.
Wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. Here you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, that evidence locker was open recently.
How do you know?
You leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. Guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence?
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot, too.
Bet he doesn't tuck his shirt under that bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. Gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of him, pal. What's this? Blood?
It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here.
Looks like someone tried to wipe it off.
Mr. Wright. What if there are other bloodstains left in the room?
We should use her testing fluid to check it out.
This place is stuffed with evidence. Stuffed with dreams.
Not so sure about the dreams.
It won't open.
Do you really think it would? Hey pal, security's high tech around here. Oh, I had to press spray. That's really weird. You didn't have to do this manually, at least as far as I remember. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien?
This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make note of it on the floor plans.
Hey, if you don't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked.
I knew it! This is someone's right handprint.
What? What's the matter, detective? This locker. It's mine.
It's yours.
Please. You have to help me. What if they come to, or when they come to take me away? Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police.
What? But you're a detective. Why am I getting a reaction here?
No reason for the murderer to touch this spot. He fled if he fled out the door. This might just be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this?
What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid.
Where'd you get your hands on that?
Huh? Internet?
I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow 50 bucks from the chief. Where did you get this, Emma?
I always buy it by mail order.
Well, I'd better jot this down on the floor plans. Let me just say one thing, speaking as a detective. See a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing, nothing. That's fine, you bet it is, pal. Can't open the lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. If you can open it, they'll give you 50 cents.
No, the police department lacks faith in its lock system.
After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening this locker. At the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. Trying to think if I missed something here. Will the game let me spray more luminol? Because if so, I probably missed a bloodstain. Hey, Mist Valley Music, how are you doing? It's certainly going. Oh yeah, I do need to show the thing that's like the what's it called? The card log. It's certainly going. Every single time I play through this game, I always skip over this case when I get to it, because this case is so long. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came here at the time of the murder. Whoa. Yeah, it is a bit of a slog. I like the story that it tells, and it sets up Emma in a great way, but
At the same time, like, man, this case is long.
What is it?
That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
Second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Hey, pal, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. Gonna give you them my report for today. That's also a cute reference to... It's either a Trials and Tribulations or Justice for All. I forget which one the restaurant case is in. Might help you. It might help, you know.
Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer?
One that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? Oh, wait, no, it's in Trials and Tribulations that case happens, now that I'm thinking about it. I'm off, pal. Later. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. Nudge, nudge, hint, hint. Sheriff's back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence, yep. The worst part is that sometimes the logic in this case can be a little bit obtuse. Spirit of Justice manages to do the absurdly long case a bit better than Rise from the Ashes. I still haven't played, like, I've played the trilogy, and I know a decent chunk about Apollo Justice and the first Great Ace Attorney game, but other than that, like, I haven't made much more progress in the series past that. Where are we going? We're going to Edgeworth's place. Ah, guests. My apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. I want to get to them eventually. It's less of a situation of if I'm going to play them or, well, not if I'm going to play them, if I'm going to stream them, and more of a question of when I get to streaming them. Is Edgeworth here?
There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand.
Right. Is the hotel bring him tea service?
Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry.
I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you.
Or wait.
Right, that was a very good impression of me. But can you please knock it off? I'm not in the mood. Ah yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems.
Really? Was it helpful?
Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow.
The real info's on the other side, Edgeworth.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him.
So, how did the inquiry committee go?
Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation.
Concealing evidence?
Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again.
Again?
I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago.
You okay for the trial tomorrow?
Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However,
Something happened?
they gave control of the investigation over to the police department.
The police department?
Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by Chief Police Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results.
I see.
Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right, and I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still,
Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. I'm a lawyer.
Wright, please, I'm the prosecutor in this case. You don't expect me to sit here and expect the case with you over a cup of tea.
Pass on the tea, just tell me about the case.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner.
Whose side are you on anyway? Gant's awesome. No future spoilers though, I want to keep stuff vague for the people in chat that are still experiencing stuff. Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him.
I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right?
It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in.
You're the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later.
He must be talking about his father's murder in the elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Oh, right. I better check this now.
As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage?
Edgeworth, you went to that evidence room on that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less?
Yes, that's true.
Why, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less.
The chief of police?
He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the... He wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office.
But it was solved, right? It would have been... Or it would have to be if the evidence was already filed.
The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
Can I ask what kind of case it was?
I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case.
Now I'm curious about this other case. Better make note of it.
Stubborn as always, I've told you this has nothing to do with the current case. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant.
That wacky old coot was involved in a case 2 years ago. Or in the case 2 years ago, then.
He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous.
Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth?
Sure, just like SL9 had nothing to do with this case, edgy boy. What I want to know is why a deputy chief of police was on the investigation.
In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed.
Wait, you didn't?
Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something.
My sister? What?
If you were still studying forensic science.
Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this.
Luminal testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this.
Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints.
It's been chemically treated for better adhesion.
For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know.
I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will.
Edgeworth,
No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved.
Thanks. By giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well.
Well, let's get going. One last investigation.
Right. You seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. I swear if I have to come back here and talk to Edgeworth again because I missed something. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint.
Here, in this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon.
Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed.
Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger.
Finger?
Each finger leaves behind a slightly different fingerprint. Let's choose the finger that'll have left behind the clearest print.
Really can't tell the difference at a glance.
Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done.
I'm starting to get that sparkle in her eyes.
First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around.
Huh? How do you do that? Ah, looks like that did the trick.
The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess.
Huh? How do I do that? X button.
Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake.
Okay, so this is another DS gimmick. You actually dusted for prints on the bottom screen. This minigame had me stuck for actually 20 minutes on the DS version because I had almost the entire print done, but it was like a singular pixel of the fingerprint that wasn't registering or something because I kept putting powder on and then blowing it all off repeatedly, and it just wouldn't register that I had finished the thing. Wow, that looks like fun. Might take some getting used to, though.
It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright.
Guess I better give it a try.
You did it. You found one.
Remember doing that in Phantom Hourglass? You actually did. You blow. I like that in Phantom Hourglass. Phantom Hourglass has some cool puzzles. I want to stream that game at some point, though it's a bit of a pain in the ass to stream. But this looks nothing like a fingerprint.
Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't.
What does it mean?
I think it means we're out of luck.
Out of luck?
The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves.
Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here.
Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints?
Other prints?
Looking at the locker door again closely. It seems like there are fingerprints outside of the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print.
Fingerprints outside of the blood. Come on, game. Yeah, you use the mic. You use the mic function on the DS.
Yay, a print so clear it's dazzling.
Dazzling.
Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away.
So we're not done yet? This is quite a process.
Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right?
Guess she's right.
Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth. And point out the person you think it left the prints.
Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was?
You can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints are we most likely to find on this evidence locker? Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look.
So that's probably because I was thinking, so what?
Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. Gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright.
Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. This is where we got a luminol fluid reaction, right?
Right. There was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this?
Her eyes sparkling again. Okay, let's check for prints.
That's the spirit. Oh, but I do have to warn you about something first.
What?
The area with the blood was wiped away, right?
We only ended up finding it using chemical means.
Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too.
Oh, right. So that means no prints.
Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high?
Don't ask me.
Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away.
Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Gave it my best shot.
That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
It doesn't look like we'll get a clear result, or a cleaner result from this print.
Okay, let's try a different finger then.
There we go. Hey, these fingerprints,
Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know?
It's Officer Marshall.
Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime.
Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. Luminol reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place.
Oh.
So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped blood stain.
But why would Officer Marshall...
Looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence.
I don't believe it.
Oh, that investigation segment took so long. Here's the thing, I don't hate the investigation segments. But, man, the first Ace Attorney game's investigation segments are a slog. There's no way, there's no two ways about it. Like, there's nothing to spice them up. Anyway, this is where I'm going to end stream for tonight, because I have already run stream far longer than I had any intention of doing. I just kept going, and the investigation segment just kept on going. Um, 4 hours of Maddie. I don't know who to raid, because I don't want to raid into someone who's playing Tears of the Kingdom, because I don't want to risk spoiling myself or other people on it. I swear, it's always difficult deciding who to raid. If any of you in chat have a suggestion, that's perfectly fine. Milky isn't? Oh yeah, Milky's playing Genshin. I have 2 people sandwiching Milky playing Tears of the Kingdom on my screen. So, my brain was just like, yeah, all 3 of them playing Tears of the Kingdom. So yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. I hope to see you again tomorrow for more of this. I don't think we're likely to finish this tomorrow, because we have a whole ass other investigation segment to go through. But, yeah. So, I guess I hope to see you tomorrow. Oh, exclamation point Discord if you want to join the Discord. And, exclamation point socials if you want to check out my YouTube for VODs if you missed some. Or whatever. I'm very behind on uploading the VODs because I'm still currently going through Metroid Prime Remastered. But, yeah. So I guess, have a good one, and take care.